Okay, thank you. So, of recent time, we've seen more collaboration with fintechs and banks, I would say. Personally, we partner with a tier one, tier two banks in Nigeria, and that has made things much more easier than it used to be. Say the exposure of fintechs partnering with banks used to be like gaining access to financial services. You all can remember that if you need to open a bank account, you need to go physically to the bank and fill out documentation and have of that, maybe pay a certain amount. Just now you can do from your mobile phone and get it instantly. So all of these things have made things much more simpler. Aside from that, you see banks also partnering with um other arms of technology, like you see renewable energy. I know Sterling Bank does a lot with renewable energy and of partnership in different aspects are gradually springing up. So I'm seeing a lot of collaboration that are making financial inclusion much more better than it used to be, having access to more things on the fintech aspect and also on aspect of partnerships.
All
Anybody?
right. Yeah. Mr. Victor, are you there? I think we're losing you. Oh, sincere apologies, everyone. I think the network is quite unfriendly this morning, but the show must go on. So I would come back to you, Charles. We wanted to get some of the insights that uh, Victor would have loved to share, especially with his background in logistics and financial sector. He was doing a good job of exploring of course, the age-long challenges of having to go to the bank and open before you get a mobile account number, and of course, seeing how fintechs right now have changed that whole sector. You can do that from your phone. Those are some of the innovations that we love to see because they're going to be able to increase financial inclusion, and as that gap increases, then there's going to be more chances for economic impact. So I would love to come back to you, Mr. Charles, right? And the question I have for you is quite simple. For someone who has built and of course is currently building digital technology, how do you see digital technology? How do you see it, and what do you think is largest impact would be for the average Nigerian digital technology, and what do you think is biggest impact would be for the average Nigerian?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So digital technology has lots of benefits in terms of its advantage, right? Even in terms of access, I'll start with the access, easy access. Before now, if we want to open a bank accounts, like my other colleague mentioned, you have to go to the bank, stay long queues, and you have lots of persons, and the process is a very long one. But when you have apps like with digital apps like money points, apps like OP, apps like Kuda, you can have easy making transfers seamlessly, faster, right? And it also particular with most persons that don't even have even a browsing phone. There are means where they can actually make payments faster from the comfort of their home. And with that, they, they can do other stuff instead of spending the whole day in the bank just because they want to open a bank account. Yeah.
Right, so I want to stay on you a bit. You've done. I'm so happy with how you explored that particular question. I want to stay on you a bit. So with emerging technologies that are coming up like AI, 5G, blockchain, and biometrics, what emerging technologies do you think are most exciting for enabling the next leap in mobile financial innovation?
Yeah, for me, I would say is biometrics.
Oh, wow.
Fingerprints, face ID, voice recognition. These features, they enhance authentication, and they reduce fraud. Imagine me transferring, say, over #1 million on an application, and all they request is just my face ID. It requires more authentication to ensure that the right person is making the transfer and not computing and APIs. This expand rapidly even without investing in expensive servers. Yeah, I understand that few weeks ago, AWS had issues, right, with their server, that I was unable to even merge a pull request on via GitHub. But that notwithstanding, AWS have been one of the key reasons why the tech world, the fintech world, has scaled in and also helped them. Their services that they offer is cost effective, and they have scalable financial services that makes everything looks faster. So cloud computing has also been of great help in making one of the emerging technologies that has made mobile financial innovation possible.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Quite interesting to hear that you are more tended towards the biometric side, but I would love to come to Michael with let me hear if he has something different. So Michael, which innovations in backend architecture, for example, microservices, event streaming, which of these innovations are much more do you think would be and are most transformative in fintech currently and with projection wise?
Having once again. From the back end standpoint, a lot of systems now are decoupled. A lot of systems now are in little services, and what we now call having microservice, and that is one of the technologies, or that is one of the trend that is shaping how we build now, because now you could have different teams working on different things, and you can have different services all over the place and still be able to communicate with each other, still be able to effectively provide scalable systems. So from the technology or from the development standpoint of things, I would say that microservices has been a game changer. Now, long gone are the days where if GT transfer is down, everything in the bank is down, right? Gone are the days where if you can't log in, you can only log in, you can't do other things from your app again. Nowadays, you could have that. You can do transfers, but maybe your collections of some other things are not just working. And that's just because now you have transfers being a separate service on its own. And if users cannot onboard, it does not mean that users cannot make transfers. I remember then when I had my first account, and it used to be a struggle really to have your application, to have my mobile app open rather. And that's just because I finally joined the bank. I worked at some point, and I understood why it took a long time for the bank app to open. And it was because the bank was running a monolith application. So all the workload, everything was just coming right into just one place. And it was really bad for users at that time. And the time that I joined them was a time where they were having their digital transformation, and we had to build all the different parts of the application used by the bank, all the services into mini services that could stand alone. At some point, we had a loan service that was just powering the loan part of origination for the bank. We had a USSD service that was just for things like your mobile transfers, your USSD transfer rather. We had things for just internet banking and the likes. And what that did do for the bank now is that even if users cannot make transfers using USSD phones, they could use the internet banking also for transfer. So microservices has also been a game changer. Also, just like Mr. Charles said, cloud services has also been a really game changer. Early on in my career, I used to log on into this old Windows server to deploy application on IIS, for example, or Analyze, and that has changed a little. Nobody is now keeping a physical server right in their office. What that has also done for us is that as small companies that are coming up, you could easily scale without having to think about cost. So the cost of setting up those things or even hiring people with the needed expertise to work on those kind of technology, that has now been taken off. So you can rely on platform like AWS or Google or Azure to just kickstart your development. So technologies like Azure, the cloud computing has also been a game changer. And now recently also we are diving into a lot of artificial intelligence. And I
Awesome.
believe that
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for highlighting that. I think just like Charles, yes, yes, thank you so much. My apologies. I think my network threw me out. So I lost some part of what you said, but I would, of course, thankfully it's being recorded, so I would get back to that. So for me, it is interesting that you mentioned, of course, the cloud infrastructure, and then also Charles also mentioned that and also spoke about the fact that AWS had a downtime sometime last week. And that is the reality of human engineered systems, right? As humans, we're not 100% perfect. And of course, these systems would always sometimes have some lags. So the next question I have for you and Charles is still piggyback on the fact of new innovations and that have really deepened the economic impact and financial inclusion. I want to ask, what are some innovations, right? Because we're mostly speaking on fintech, mobile payments, all of that, because fintech, of course, is tech. But before fintech existed, there were the traditional banks and the traditional payment system and gateways. So what are some examples of innovations?
Hi, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think his
Yes.
network is a bit
Okay.
odd.
Recording stopped.
Please, can anyone hear me now? Kindly help confirm you can hear me and see me. All right. Yes,
I can
it's
hear
been such
you.
a day.
Yeah,
Apologies for that once
I can
again.
hear you. I can hear you.
So I would go, we would have
Recording
had
in
this
progress.
stage, what I think the network is also a barrier, and Mr. Philip as well, who would have spoken from the cyber threat and cybersecurity angle, would have really loved to hear his insights on that front. But I was asking Michael and of course Charles as well. Charles, you have to comment on this as well. What are some of the innovations that were almost engineered by fintech, but are now currently being adopted by traditional banks as well? So what that means is that you see some of these innovations started with fintechs, built by fintechs, but of course, because of the fact that it is either bringing customer growth or larger revenue, you're now also seeing it being adopted by traditional banks. So could you highlight some of those innovations in your experience?
Okay, Michael, you go first.
Okay. Okay. Not just to say the same thing again. First, it is the adoption of cloud services. I would say that it was a lot of the fintechs that started moving a lot of their services into platforms like Azure and AWS and the likes. When I started off with some of the banks that I gave that example earlier, we were using physical servers where you have to go into a particular remote into a particular server and deploy. And when I finally joined my first startup to work, it was a whole different experience. We were not really using a lot of the technologies that some of these platforms were using, even down to how the applications were built. The applications were more decoupled. They were using things like using event systems and the likes. And it was a whole different experience because a lot of the banks were not built like that. And when I finally now went back to the banking system again, I found out that it has now changed. So a lot of the people that came back started adopting all these things. And that is why you can see now that operating some of these traditional banks now, their apps and the likes are very much more faster. They are lighter and it has become very much better. Another thing that I would say from the fintech perspective also that with great user experience, fintech did revolutionize that space. When you look at designs or apps from the old banks, really, you begin to wonder what was the thought process putting those kind of designs in place. But when you just oppose that with a lot of financial sector, when you see the apps that these guys are rolling out, it was something that became too visible for traditional banks or payment systems to look away from, and they started also paying attention to that. So also, lastly, I would say in the aspect of now being very, very much collaborative, where you now have API sharing and the likes, I would say from my angle, it started more deeply from fintechs making it possible for banks to know that, hey, you have these APIs, we can use this API to drive revenue for you and also drive revenue for us. And that also became a game changer for both organizations. Now banks know that it's a win-win for both of us. The sky is big enough to take everybody, and that has really changed the whole system a lot. Yeah, thank you. I think it's off again.
Yeah, it's network. It's not on the call. Let's just give him a few minutes.
Recording stopped.
Hello, everyone. Please, can you hear me? I have had to switch devices, switch network. I wish Michael would be able to build an infrastructure that forestalls incidences like this as a build. Sincere apologies not to make light of the interruptions. It's been quite an experience, but I'm back now, and I was asking Michael if he could highlight some of the
Recording in progress.
that are currently that are first, of course, were engineered by fintechs, but are now seen to be adopted by traditional banks. I don't know if that was answered in the time that I was away.
Yeah, I did provide some answers like while we were away. So maybe I can just recap or just allow Mr. Charleston just.
Oh, please, I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I spoke from the standpoint of seeing cloud services being adopted a whole lot first by the fintechs or not the traditional banks now. A lot of the times, a lot of the adoption for all these cloud services started off in the Nigerian sector by a lot of fintechs. It was a different building experience working in a startup compared to when I was working in a bank as an engineer. A lot of the tools or a lot of the technology that we used then were totally different. But now, when I speak to people in the banking environment now as engineers, we have similar tools now that everybody is working with. And it was from seeing the result from the fintech side of things, seeing how it has helped to adopt them. Now their fears and their concerns are no longer a thing anymore, adopting those products. So I touched base on that. Another thing that I did touch base on was the general way of how this fintech has also revolutionized user experience. A lot of the fintech apps paid great attention to user experience, and that also has rubbed off on traditional banks now. You see their apps looking a little bit more slicker and with beautiful interfaces. Their web app now it looks really great. Internet banking on the web now looks great for some bank. That also was something that I would say rubbed off from coming from the fintech space now into the traditional bank sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And just when you were speaking, I was I was smiling because every point you said is quite true. And I would give some examples that highlights the honesty behind what I'm saying. I remember trying to conduct internet banking. Of course, I won't mention the bank. And the interface was as difficult as if I wanted to do stocks trading. I didn't know where to go, where to input an OTP. It was just, and I was exploring it through web, through desktop, and it was so difficult. And I tried also say, okay, let me check my mobile to see if the interface is the same. I tried my mobile, changed the view, of course, on Chrome to desktop view, and it was still difficult. I was looking for where to go. I just had to stop the transaction and just be like, I'm not doing this anymore. So you are quite correct when you said right now the interfaces are more slicker, of course, more consciousness of user experience and user needs. So that is great to see, and we appreciate that. I would say we appreciate, but we love that the fintech energy
Recording stopped.
Hello, Charles. I'm back, Michael. I'm so sorry for these technical glitches. Our moderator is struggling to. Um,
Yes, I can.
okay, thank you. Awesome. Michael, please, can you hear me? I think what I'm trying to say in essence is that moderator, who is joining us from Abuja, is struggling to with his technical, having a technical glitches. I think he's trying to join us now. Let me see. Hello? Yeah? Is that? So we're trying to get another moderator on a standby, but we didn't plan for this. We felt we're going to have it easy, but we're trying to get another moderators to quickly join and finish up so that we can go on with our daily job. Already, we are supposed to have 5 panelists. The 3 of them are having other engagement. They have to send their apology. But we're so sorry about this. Nobody plan it, but I quickly get another moderator to complete the assignment. So my apology to you, Charles. My apology to Michael. Please bear with us. This is one of those things we face in this kind of as business. So let me quickly ask for someone to quickly join and then round up the program. So when the person is finding difficult, I can quickly do that. So sorry, apology.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Oluwatosin from Tech Economy.
Recording in progress.
I'll go ahead to ask the questions and moderate this webinar. So my question for you, Charles, what are the biggest technical challenges in building scalable and securing mobile banking or payment applications?
All right. Hi, Tosin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
All right.
Hi.
So one of the biggest technical challenge in building mobile banking payments applications is security, right? Protecting user data, transactions against fraud or hacking. And also unauthorized access is critical because this involves lots of strong encryption at the layer of security, secure APIs, and it also involves continuous monitoring of these threats and of these APIs to ensure that they are not victims of any scam. Could remember, let's say a few months ago, there was an issue with Taj Bank that they had a glitch and lost over 900 million naira. So that's how far and the dangers of poor security in systems, and it's one of the technical challenge that we're facing in mobile banking and payments. Another one is cross-network operations. Most payment applications, fintech apps, they must integrate with multiple banks, like in terms of the services that they offer, and also card networks. And trying to manage these complex integrations with multiple third-party services and alongside keeping their own API secure, I tell you, is technically demanding, right? And there are some fintech apps that, okay, if they say they want to build a virtual card feature, they might first integrate with Fincra, for example, and they also have another service that, let's say if Fincra is down, they just bring up that service or that to replace Fincra. Lots of API integrations, different documentations on how to plug in, and it's really technically demanding. And lastly is regulatory and compliant data privacy. Most fintech and regulations, they mandate that these fintechs, they follow strong and strict laws like KYC, your customer, anti-money laundering, and data protection. These rules, of course, they are very, very important because they ensure that customer is safe, it prevents fraud, so that these fintechs are not means of people laundering money. But at the same time, they add lots of complexity to the system because every time you have to, the fintechs have to automate the identity checks, they have to monitor transactions and also keep detailed records, because most of these agencies can come and ask them questions and they need to answer the right questions. So it's really complex. At the same time, they want to maintain user trust. So it's one of the challenge, regulatory compliance and data privacy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. I must quite say I totally agree because we share our data every day with banks, and I remember there was a time that the data was most people affected with fraud is usually the senior citizens because they are not so enabled with the technical abilities to understand some of the framework. And considering that Nigeria does left the gray list, so I think that's a way of saying innovation is improving in Nigeria. That would lead me to the next question. So what emerging technologies, example, the biometrics, AI, blockchain, 5G are most exciting for the enabling the next leap in the mobile financial innovation?
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, that of biometrics. It's really, really important, and it has helped to reduce fraud. It has even helped to, get let go of all this our traditional way of authentication. Most banks now, they now use Face ID, Touch ID to log in, and same time for transactions. So it's a very good one that biometrics, that digital identity, is now in use in Nigeria. Also AI, power chatbots, they're like AI is like Temi AI. I think FCMB uses Temi AI. They try to, help the AI, build the AI to answer most questions that human beings are supposed to answer, right? So it makes the work faster. The support also 247, since as long as they train the AI to do the right things. So biometrics and AI is also a good emerging technology that has helped mobile financial innovation.
Thank you very much, Charles, for answering these questions vividly. I would like to ask the same question. I would like to hear your view as well from Michael. So the first question, like I asked, what do you think are the biggest technical challenges in building scalable and securing mobile banking or payment applications?
I will pick a few things of what Charles did say, and I would say one of the biggest challenge right now is the rising sophistication of cyber threat, really. The scammers, fraudsters, and a lot of people trying to gain unauthorized access to your system, they've grown in leaps and bounds, right? So sometimes you go online now and you see a particular video and you can't even tell if this is something that was generated using an AI from Google or it is an actual video. And I've seen a bit of also some videos of some people trying to game identity verification. So imagine you've built a system that wants to check for liveliness, for example, and somebody is using an AI somewhere to beat your system. And the more this technology keep rising, it also puts power into the hands of people that wants to gain unauthorized access into the system. And that also poses a lot of challenge for you that is building your own system, because now you have to think 10 times better than those guys, because now they have tools that you cannot even imagine. You have to be up to date. So apart from your day-to-day work now, you also have to be up to date with what they also are being up to, because a little slumber from your end could result to you losing a lot of money. So I would say that the rise in technology in the cyber threat space is a big challenge to trying to build a very secure system. Also, I would say things around data privacy and compliance. I was reading a blog post recently from a news site, and they were talking about how you could get people's NIN and BVN from a particular website for just as low as, I think, 1,000 naira or so. And imagine what that could cost also to your own system. It means that now the likelihood of you having a user on your system that is not the user is high. If I can just get someone's NIN or someone's BVN off a particular site, and a lot of the first onboarding phase that a lot of these apps require from you is your NIN or BVN, and it is somewhere littered on the internet. There are no strict compliance or regulatory measures in place to prevent data from leaking. And once this data leak, it also poses a return threat also to your own system. And that also, I would say, is really a big challenge. Also, lastly, I will just touch on trying to balance a good user experience for security. Sometimes as a user, I was online on Twitter one day and I was complaining about why is OP asking me to turn my head or trying to verify my identity just because I want to transfer a particular amount of money that is quite urgent. And that security feature is put in place for my own purpose. And here I am also as a user complaining about that same feature that they've built. So trying to find that balance between when do you want to sacrifice having a good user experience for convenience could also pose a great security threat into whatever system they are building. Because if you try to make your customer convenient all the time, it can also be a threat really. Because now if imagine OP do not have that, a lot of people's money, especially people that might not be IT savvy or might not be a little bit, let's say the aged people or vulnerable people, imagine having access to their account and what people can do with that. So I think for me, those are the 3 touch points that I would say that poses a bit of challenge around building scalable and secured system nowadays.
Thank you, Michael. You are very right. Talking about the user experience, sometimes we get tired when we have to punch in OTPs, we have to go through using the security checks. And just like you said, the senior citizens are usually the most affected. But that being said, because emerging technologies will always there will always be a threat to every emerging technology. So how do we actually balance the rate of compliance as these new emerging techs are coming up? So that will take me to the next question. What emerging technologies, just like Charles explained in his own view, I want to hear your own perspective, are most exciting for enabling the next leap in mobile financial innovation?
Yeah, thank you. I would say, I know Charles mentioned a few other things. I would a little bit deviate from what he has said. And for me, I'm team blockchain. I
Okay.
believe that the next direction that we should be looking at, especially from Africa or Nigeria, is seeing how we can effectively adopt the use of cryptocurrency and the blockchain technology as a whole. The things that could be achieved just by adopting that technology are quite limitless. I was watching an interview from an industry builder too, where I was talking about, imagine us as a country, Nigeria, having our own version of USDT. I know the government tried to do something around in at one time like that, and it didn't come out well. But imagine us having our own version of USDT that is strictly backed by Naira, and I don't want to make payment in USDT. I can make payment with something that is strongly backed by Naira. That could open a whole lot of limitless opportunity and can also simulate the economy. So a rising technology, even though it is not rising, it is something that has been out there for a while. I would say is blockchain. We need to adopt blockchain and cryptocurrency a whole lot. Blockchain can also help solve a lot of our security challenges that traditional payment system currently experience, if we can move to having things run on a blockchain technology. So adopting that really would really open up a lot of space in Nigeria and Africa as a whole.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. Thank you very much, Michael, for sharing your view. And So new technologies like blockchain is very important for us to embrace it, especially in a country like Africa and Nigeria. Right now, I'll say thank you for sharing your view. That's Michael and Charles. It's been great learning a lot from you from the beginning of this session. Right now, I want to ask some questions from from Precious AKZA before we move on to have the cross-panel session. Precious, Precious is the managing director of and CEO of Event Payment Service Limited. So, Precious, are you on the call, please?
Hello, Tosi is not on the call. He jumped out of the call. So I just reached out to him now. He has some pressing things handy presently, but I feel we're rounding up, but I don't think he's going to join us soon. But let's continue
Okay,
with.
I think Charles and Michael can help us answer the questions as well.
So go ahead
Yes,
with
just go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Destiny. So we move on to the next question. I will point this question to Charles first. Traditional banks have had to adapt quickly. How are you approaching innovation whilst managing regulatory, legacy, and trust challenges?
Hi, sorry, please, can you take the question again?
All right. So I said traditional banks have had to adapt quickly. So how are you approaching innovation whilst managing regulation, legacy, and trust challenges?
Yeah, traditional banks they try as much as possible to adapt to the recent trends, though it's very, very slow. Right. They are trying, but it's very, very slow. But I really commend what the experience I had with Fidelity Bank a few months ago. Before now, if you go to the bank and you're requesting for a token, they give you this little small object that has a rope that you need to take to, like, anywhere you're going to, you need to put it in your pocket or you hold it. And sometimes you might even misplace it. You have to come back to the bank and request for that again. But a few months ago, I went to the bank, Fidelity Bank, and they requested for a token. To my greatest surprise, they told me to download an app called Entrust. Right. So it's a very good one that they are trying their best to adapt to these new technologies and emerging technologies that would help them do things faster. Yeah, that's my personal view on it. Thank you. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's great to hear. You are very right about take for instance, I know some banks that actually generate the OTP via SMS or via the app, just like you said. And that would take me to get Michael's view on this question before we move on to the first panel session.
My experience is slightly different.
Okay. It seems the answer is always different.
Interestingly, with a lot of the traditional bank, so my ATM card expired, and there was no way for me to physically get my ATM card because I'm currently not in the country. I'm going to call out the bank now. I use GT, and to my biggest surprise, I could not even generate something as little as a virtual card from my mobile app. And that really was quite something I found as a big deal. My card has expired and I need a card. I need to pay for subscription that I still run in Nigeria, and I cannot make payments because those cards no longer work. And I cannot log on to my app to generate that. Then I remember that I used to have a Kuda account. So I picked up, went to Apple Store, downloaded Kuda app, remember my credential, did the sign in again. And in just under a minute, I have a VEF card that was generated for me on my Kuda app. And I currently use that for my payments. That is to show that in 2025, a lot of these traditional banks still haven't come to speed with the demands of people and the demands of what the technology space is, that you can't adequately serve your customers without them necessarily physically coming into the bank. It's a lot of challenge, really. And that is the difference between the new age bank, microfinance bank, and fintech, and then the traditional bank. That yes, even though we have a few of them that are being up to speed with this technology, they still seem a bit far off. Only a few, maybe Stanbic IBTC, and maybe like Charles also said, Fidelity now. And I don't know the extent of other things that you can do without necessarily visiting the physical bank. But a lot of these traditional banks are still far off in terms of being up to speed with what is attainable in 2025. I've never visited a bank here where I am at the moment. Never. And all my banking operations have been happening right from the comfort of my home. That wasn't my experience in Nigeria. A lot of the time, I have to physically go to the bank to even fight, to even shout at the top of my voice to get things done. Same thing with some other fintech app that I use in Nigeria now. I don't even know where the offices are, yet I get my things done. One of my favorite apps, PiggyVest, for example. Anytime I have challenge with PiggyVest and I reach out to them on Twitter space, the speed at which they respond to me is very fast. Yet I have a bank that I used to be a staff before. I had an issue as a staff until I pulled out the staff card. That was when I was answered to. And it was just really a turn off for me. So imagine I was not a staff of this bank. Is this how you would treat me as a customer? Because I was interacting with you online and you never knew that this was a staff of the bank. So until I pulled that stunt of saying, do you want me to copy HR and this and that and send this screenshot to HR? That was when I was called on my mobile phone and said, oh, we are on it and this, you should have just reached out to us on Teams. And I was like, I shouldn't have to do that, really. I'm also a customer of the bank. That is the kind of things you experience with a lot of these traditional banks compared to the fintech. So in some way, there's still a bit of gap. The gap might not look wide, but there is still a bit of gap that is wide enough. And it is visible for you to see that the gap between the fintech and the traditional bank is a lot. And they need to be up to speed. They need to close that gap as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, for that. So I would want to ask one last question for you and Charles before we close this session today. We've talked a lot about the innovations. We've talked a lot about compliance and the important things in bridging the gap between the traditional banks and fintech. So my question now is, where do you see the greatest potential for collaboration between banks, that's the traditional banks, the fintechs, engineers, and cybersecurity professionals? I'll go with Charles first before we come to Michael.
All right. Where I see the greatest potential, right? So the greatest
Yeah.
potential of collaboration is in building secure, seamless digital financial ecosystem. Banks, I believe banks should bring trust. They have experience in trust, regulatory expertise when it comes to regulations. They have lots of intelligent personnel there in the banks that can really bring fintechs up to speed with what is expected of them in terms of regulatory regulations. And on the other hand, fintech, they provide innovation, especially in terms of using new technologies to solve problems. They are far ahead compared to what banks can do. Like Michael mentioned, it was particular with user experience and user interface. Fintech mobile apps, web apps, they are world class compared to bank mobile apps. But gradually, if they can work together, there are lots of potentials for them to bring about a better financial inclusion at scale. Yes. And also banks would help fintech reduce fraud. Yes, they can help them reduce fraud, especially when the fintechs know more about regulations and how to go about their security. On the other hand, fintech would help banks to bring up to speed with their operations. New technologies now, you don't have to do much to achieve a whole lot. In particular, as a mobile developer, using React Native, for example, React Native Expo. With that, you can build mobile applications that run across iOS platforms, iOS devices, Android devices, even watch OS and the web. Now, most banks are yet to even adopt these new technologies. They still prefer to build mobile apps, Android apps using Java, and iOS using Swift, right? And if you notice, if you pay close attention to their user interfaces on various platforms, there are little slight differences due to the different technologies that was used to build these applications. But with new emerging technologies like Flutter, like React Native, you write once and you can use it anywhere. So if a good collaboration between them would bring about a better financial inclusion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Michael, your view, please.
Okay, so what are my views around how the banks and the fintechs can collaborate and accelerate things? First, I
Yeah.
would say both parties need to play to their strengths. With the banks, just like Charles did mention, banks have the trust. They also do have, I would say, the infrastructure. They have the necessary licenses. They have the necessary compliance checks and everything in place. While for fintechs have the agility, they have the innovations, they have a very high risk appetite. They have the ability to, try so many things, and they can afford to fail and start again and the likes. These are two different strengths and two different people. And for effective collaboration to happen and for us to achieve a whole lot as a community, everybody needs to play to their strengths. The bank needs to bring what they have to support what the fintech space what we have. Also, from the fintech perspective, we need to bring what we have, the talent, the willingness to try new things out, the willingness to be creative, the willingness to try and fail. We are not scared of building something and failing, and then we're trying again and iterating and do things. We need to bring that also into what the bank offers. A combination of those two strengths, when you bring them together, they will end up giving us a very, very much rich environment. If as a startup company, a little small startup company, I'm trying to do something with loan, for example, and I'm able to easily collaborate with a lot of this bank. And that is why I'm happy with the CBN directive around things with open banking now, where we can easily get a lot of these things that we need. So that collaboration between identifying your strength and playing to it, and the fintech also identifying their strength and playing to it, is what can effectively help the economy and also the tech ecosystem as a whole. Also, that would be lastly, I would say that banks and fintech needs to see themselves as enablers, as partners, rather than competitors. Yes, we might be trying to compete for the same customer, the same market share, the same space, but we are necessarily not supposed to behave as though we are direct competitors. There is no need trying to clip the wings of another fintech that you feel that are trying to do what you are trying to do, just because you have, in quote, the financial muscles, or you have the necessary licenses, and you have this and this. I've mentioned earlier that the sky is wide enough. In fact, there are a lot of things in the Nigerian space that we are yet to even tap into for us to now start clipping our wings. So if you see a fintech that is trying to do something very much big, as a bank, what I would expect is that you see how you can help them achieve what they are trying to achieve by them leveraging on some of the things that you have. That kind of collaboration, that kind of seamless interaction between those two sectors, bringing them together, can help drive the ecosystem and can then also help increase innovation across board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Charles. It's been amazing learning from you. It's been very, very insightful from inception, giving your various perspective. And I'll say thank you for sparing out of your time to share a lot with us on the innovations in mobile banking, payments, and infrastructure. Before we move on to close the session, I don't know if anyone from the audience has any question for Charles and Michael. Before we go, any question, comments? If you want to make any comments, maybe you want to share about your experience with payments infrastructure, with fintech banks and traditional banking, you can share in the next few minutes. Okay, I will take the silence as no comments. So this is the Tech Economies business series webinar. We usually have it every last Thursday of the month, and we hope to bring you more insightful webinars like this. If you are joining us from any part of the country, you can follow us at Tech Economy NG. We're on LinkedIn and on all platforms. So this is me bringing the session to a close. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Charles, for joining us. I'll say Charles, bye, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Charles, for
Recording stopped.
thank you. I hope when I call on you next time, you will gladly show Charles, because I'm planning something big, you know. I would like your expertise. I saw your write-up with Business Day and on blockchain. So I think I would need you to come on board and engage the community, student community, share your expertise. I have to print those write-off in Business Day, study it, and I'm glad you are on board. You are here. You are speaking on it. So please, Charles, when I reach out to you again, I really appreciate if you open your hand to receive us. Please.
Yeah, absolutely. I will. And also tap from the knowledge of Michael.
Charles. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Michael, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
And we're so sorry for the glitches. We're so sorry for the glitches. We are supposed to have 5 panelists. 3 reach out to me and say, no, what, today they couldn't make it. But that's fine. You giving your best. We appreciate. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. And we look forward to the next month, next edition. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Oh, sorry, I'm very close to your house now. Yeah. you.